Everybody got quiet. We ready, Jeremy? Okay. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the pre-blizzard gathering. On behalf of the League of Women Voters for the Red River Valley, I thank you all for attending. I thank the public servants for coming today to answer questions. The League of Women Voters always tries to bring a nonpartisan, objective way for citizens to talk to their elected officials, become more informed about what their government is doing, and this is one of the ways in which we do it. This is the first of 4 of these events we'll be holding in Fargo, and we thank the City Commission for lending us their chamber for this and for taping for us so we can put this on public access. And we will be beginning with 5 representatives. Mr. Heilman could not be here today due to a medical condition, and so we're sorry that he couldn't make it, but we're glad that you all could. And so we'll start with 3-minute opening statements, then we'll take the questions, and I'll read the questions, and each person will have a chance to answer it. You'll have 2 minutes to do that. And then when we get toward the end of the 2 hours, I will make sure that there are 10 minutes left, so each of you get a 2-minute closing. So we will start with Senator Grinberg, and do a 3-minute opening statement, please.
Good morning, and thank you for taking the time this morning. For those that don't know me, I represent District 41, which now I guess you can describe as South Central Fargo. I was elected in 1992, so I've been around in the State Senate for 20 years. This is my 11th legislative session. I've served 8 sessions, the last 8 sessions on appropriations. I have a family, 3 children and my wife, and grew up in Mapleton, North Dakota. And I'm presently employed to lead the aerospace division for a technology company located in the NDSU Research and Technology Park. Prior to that, I'd spent 11 years running and developing the research park. So and my background professionally has been in higher education and economic development since I graduated from college in 1984. Just a little bit about myself. We're in profound times in North Dakota. You know, my role in leadership and economic development policy throughout the years of challenging the challenges of growing the state, out-migration, resources, has come full circle from a standpoint of people now wanting to move to North Dakota, the occupations that are being generated not here as well in the valley here as well as out west, and what's going on in the oil patch. And that translates into a profound economic environment for the legislature. To give you a perspective, a sense of history rather, the Legislative Council had done some research. The budget for the state of North Dakota in 1890 had total receipts of $609,000 and expenditures of $504,000, with the remaining or ending fund balance of $100,000. That was in 1890. Here we are today discussing a $12 billion budget that's continuing to grow with resources. And so our challenge this session from the role I serve on appropriations is to weigh the priorities, make sure we have a balanced spending policy with support for general government, and then upgrading the state's infrastructure, whether that be roads and bridges in the oil patch, to university buildings, medical school at UND, a STEM building here at NDSU. It's a unique time to upgrade the infrastructure of the state. So I look forward to your questions, and again, thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. We do have a timer that she'll give you 2 minutes, 1 minute. She doesn't have a bell. She doesn't like it, so you won't get a bell. So when you see stop, I hope you'll stop, and I don't have to say something. Senator Sinner.
Good morning. I'm George Sinner. I'm newly elected senator from District 46, South Fargo. I come from a family that has a long history of public service, but for me this is my first run for public office and my first term in first session in the state Senate. I have a wife that's an employee at Sanford Health, and I have 2 children. My son is a aerospace engineer. He works out of state, and my daughter is a researcher at the International Wolf Center in Ely, Minnesota. And you know, as I was campaigning this fall, I think the predominant theme that I heard from people as I went door to door, and we went to just about every single door in our district this year, was we want to see some tax relief. We want to see some changes in property taxes. And as you get out to the legislature, you find there's a huge learning curve. You learn there are so many issues and so many things that are going on, so many people, so many legislators that have proposals. In this session, I think there are several different proposals for tax relief. One of the main things that's coming down the pipe, I think, is some property tax relief. You know, in the past, the governor had a property tax relief proposal that brought about 75 mills back to the local school districts, and this year he's going to propose another 60 mills. And I looked at that proposal. I didn't think that was fair to the residents of Fargo, so I have a property tax relief proposal that will cut property taxes across the board, North Dakota, by 40%. And, excuse me, get back a little bit. What this proposal will also do, it will provide some tax credit for renters, and it was also, we're putting in a homestead exemption for $50,000 for local residents. On top of that, I felt that we needed some fair tax relief, and part of my campaign theme was to work on a clothing exemption, so I've proposed to exempt clothing from sales tax in North Dakota. That bill has been heard by the tax committee and came out of there 4-3 with a do not pass. I think there may be some hope of getting that passed. We're working on sending out some emails and talking to people in the body to try and get some people to support that. And further, I have proposed a cut in the sales tax. I'd like to see a 1% across the board cut in sales tax, but we don't know how that will come. It will also cap what cities and counties can charge at 2% after 2013. So that was the predominant theme that I heard from people, and that is kind of the focus of what I'm working on. I'd like to see us also hold the line on some spending, but I'd like to thank everybody for coming, and I really appreciate your participation in this process.
Thank you. Representative Baining.
Thank you. I'm Randy Bain. I'm a state representative out of District 27, which is basically West Acres area, south into Osgood, and then down around south of 45th, District 46 in South Fargo. This is my 6th legislative session that I've been out there. I grew up in Hankinson, North Dakota. I'm single. I'm in my own business. I do construction as my personal business. We do have a lot of issues coming up this session. There's been a lot of stuff coming. I'm on GVA. This is my 5th session on there as the vice chairman there, and on Judiciary with Representative Hogan here. We have a lot of issues coming out of both the committees. In Judiciary, we have a lot of gun issues coming out of there. We have some DUI bills coming through there. And since I've been out there, like Senator Sinner said, there's a learning curve. And the first month for the new guys, it's a real learning curve. It's a learning curve for us too out there every session. It seems like there's always, there are the same issues that keep popping up, and then there are new issues for us all. And property tax is going to be a big issue for us out to this session. I'm not on finance and tax. You hear what's going on, but every day there's something new coming in a proposal. I mean, things are fluid out there every day. You may have an issue that's going one way one time, and next day you talk to them, it's going the other direction. And I think there's the legislation we got coming out of GVA. We've got a lot of election bills out there, as a lot of people know. We're working diligently with them. We got a lot of veterans issues that we deal with. And by the time we get done, it may not be the best bill that comes out of the House or the Senate, but time it gets over to either chambers, we do work on them. We do work with the other side on the issues and try to make the best possible legislation as we can. And if it isn't the best possible legislation, we will kill it on the floor, else the governor will veto it. And if it doesn't work, we will come back to the next legislative session and we will fix it. I mean, that's what we do out there. I know I've seen a lot of bills out there that come back. They're the same. We got to tweak everything. It seems some things don't work. We find out real soon. So, and with that, I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Representative Hogan.
Thank you, Barb, and thanks to the League of Women Voters for hosting us this morning. My name is Kathy Hogan, and I represent District 21, which is Central Fargo, when you're all in it right now. So welcome to District 21. I was appointed to the House of Representatives in 2009 and elected in 2010. So this is my 2nd session. And I worked in human services for 40 years and was the director of Cass County Social Services for 18 years. So my personal passion is really children, the elderly, and the frail, and essentially people who don't have a lobbyist. This is a group that doesn't have a lobby really in the legislature, and so I try to represent those people who really aren't represented. I thought it might be interesting to you to have some sense of where we're at in the process. And in the House, almost 500 bills were introduced. So far, we've acted on 223 of them, and so we're just about at the halfway point in terms of acting on our bills. 171 of them have passed, 43 have failed, and a number of them have been withdrawn. So we're at the halfway point of the first quarter or first third of the session. So we're just really beginning. I'm serving on 2 committees. I'm serving on the political subdivisions committees, and like Representative Baining said, we have a lot of election bills, and we're looking at how we do elections. I thought it was very interesting that this week North Dakota was ranked as having the best election system, the fairest election system by the Pew Foundation. And so I think in some ways we know that our current election system is working pretty well. And so the question is, will new bills make it easier to vote? Will they help the citizens have access to voting? So we need to protect the citizens' rights to vote. The second issue, the second committee I'm on is the Judiciary Committee. And the Judiciary Committee had 65 bills to hear, which is a large number of bills. Some of them are technical corrections and, housekeeping kinds of bills. The Judiciary Committee has heard the 7 gun bills. And all of the gun bills that we have heard at this point loosen the restrictions on gun control. They expand gun rights. There are no bills in the House that we've heard that restrict gun rights in any way. And there's been some concern about that, and I thought it was important for you to know that. And I'm looking forward to answering any questions.
Thank you. Representative Kelch, please.
Thank you, and thank you to the League of Women Voters for having us here today, and thank you for all coming out this morning. I'm Scott Kelch, State Representative from District 11, which is just south of here, down by the water treatment plant between I-29 and the river, essentially. I've been in the House since 1997, so this is my 9th session in the legislature, and this is probably maybe my 29th one of these. But it's always a pleasure to come here and address because there's always seems to be a new theme every session, and this year it's oil and infrastructure. But we're wrapping, as many of the others have said, we're wrapping up our 5th week. First, I should tell you I do have a family too. I am married. I have 4 children. My wife has a small business in rural Cass County, and I am a firefighter for the city of Fargo and an EMT, and that's what I do in my real life. But we're just getting into the heavy lifting part of the session where, as Representative Hogan said, we've got probably halfway through our number of bills, yet we're still in our 5th week, and we have 2 weeks, 14 days left until we have to have all our bills cleared out of each respective chamber, and then they cross over to the other chamber and go through the entire hearing process again. I'm on the Finance and Taxation Committee. I've been there 7 sessions, and I was just trying to add up the fiscal effect of each of those bills that we have heard in our committee, and it's approaching $10 billion. And that's it's significant in that there are so many tax proposals out there that aren't going to see the light of day, and they may be very good ideas, but they are going to have a significant impact, and we're going to have to sort through all those in the next 2 weeks and decide which ones should proceed and which ones should move forward so we can make our budget whole by the time the session is over. A number of property tax relief bills, some are better than others. We have yet to act on any of those. I think it's significant that the governor is proposing a new change, a new direction, and instead of a buy down is also doing a education funding formula that will decrease property taxes. I'm also on the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. That committee is very busy this year too. I think we've had 45 bills on a committee that meets only 2 days a week. There are a number of bills that deal with surface landowner and oil drilling activity and the conflict between those two. Oftentimes the person who owns the surface of the land does not own the mineral rights and does not see much benefit from the oil activity. So we're really trying to struggle and deal with those. How do we maintain the industry's competitive edge, but yet also protect those landowners who have lived there for years. We also have heard a number of hunting bills, which is always common. They generate a lot of email and they generate a lot of passion on both sides. So those are a number of other things. We've heard a bill that raises license fees for hunting for the first time since 1991. Because the Game and Fish does not receive any general fund dollars. They rely strictly on their fee structure in order to operate their budget. Real quickly want to say we've heard a lot of passion after recent events about doing something about mental health, and I really see, unfortunately, no concerted, organized effort to address mental health issues this session. I wish that was different. But with that, I'll close, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. For the first question, we will start with Senator Sinner. Do you support the legislation to impose a new voting restriction, and where does this legislation stand?
I think the bills that you're referring to are in the House, and I'm not exactly familiar with what these bills do. I know there was some discussion about those bills this week, and I listened to Representative Casper speak about those bills yesterday as I drove home from Bismarck. Personally, I think that our voting system is working just fine. I think that the Secretary of State and the local county auditor have come out and said that they haven't had any problems. And honestly, I think this may be some effort on behalf of Representative Casper to somehow limit the voting of some of these people that have just moved into the district, or students, or something of that nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Boehning.
Thank you. Yes, there are some election bills coming out of the Government Veterans Affairs this session. There's a couple out that deal with provisional ballots, which basically this last election cycle there were over 10,000 affidavits signed in the state of North Dakota. And basically, when you do sign an affidavit, that means you don't have probably an ID, or you don't have any form of ID to vote that sets up your residence here where your resident lives at, where you're living at. There was one out there to extend the, what I want to say, the time you needed to be a resident before you voted. Currently, we start voting 40 days before the election. I had a bill in that would have moved that out 30 days prior to the 40 days for that would have been 70 days before the general election, because currently we're voting 40 days, actually 46 days out with the soldiers overseas. I kind of want to make sure that we have residents voting before they move in, before they do vote. But that bill did get hog-housed, and we changed it over, and what the bill is doing now, it's going to require that you have a photo ID when you vote. That would be a North Dakota driver's license, a North Dakota non-driver's license, which we would, the state of North Dakota would pay for if you so needed one to vote. There are 98% of North Dakotans that are eligible to vote do have a North Dakota state, have some kind of form of North Dakota ID. And we felt that when you go to the polls, you need to have a driver's license to go buy a pack of smokes. You got to have an ID to cash a check. You got to have an ID to buy a six-pack and so forth. And I think it's not really a burden on anybody to have an ID. We are working with university systems to come up with a solution with the student problems, because they come in from out of state. They don't really have a residence. They have a residence, but they have a dorm. And it's not on any ID. So we're working with them to figure out a way to make it easier for them to vote. So when they do come in, they can use their student ID, or if it's maybe they have to print something off from the university system to state that they live in such and such dorm and whatever it is. So we're working with the university system and stuff. So we will get something that'll come out that'll work for everyone.
Thank you. Representative Hogan.
I think the voter issues are very complicated, and as I said in my opening statement, we have a really good voting system at this point in time. Regarding the voter ID issues, I think 90% probably do, but the 10% who don't have a driver's license tend to be elderly in the nursing homes, tend to be homeless, tend to be working families who don't own cars, and they will have difficulty getting access to an identification, as well as the students. I think this could be perceived as a real barrier, particularly for low-income and vulnerable individuals. So I'm very concerned about voter identification. We've seen some bills that will shorten the time periods for early voting and for absentee ballots. Really, people like to vote early. The number of people who like to go to the Doublewood or to Castleton, it's amazing how many people are voting early. And there's an effort to shorten that time period. And I don't believe that effort reflects what the citizens are doing and saying. And so I think that's one of the concerns. A bill we heard in political subdivisions has to do with political signs. And currently the signs are regulated mostly by local code. And local codes control most of the political signs, as they do all the other kinds of signs. And this bill will not allow political subdivisions to regulate their signs. And that actually allows for a political sign to be 40 square feet, which is 8 by 5, which is a very big sign. And so I'm concerned about some of the tone and the attitude about trying to restrict access to voting. And we haven't voted on any of them in political subs, so we don't really know where these are going yet.
Thank you. Representative Kelch.
Thank you. Although I'm not on the committee, I do definitely have an opinion on this. I think the proponents of these types of bills have yet to provide a single example where it's been a problem, where there has been an example of voter fraud. As we heard Representative Baining describe the process yesterday, the bill did one thing and then it was completely changed, amended to require a photo identification, and that was done without a hearing. It was done without any input from the public, and I think it was a real disruption of our process in a road that I don't think we want to go down. I think we're very proud of our open process, the legislative process in North Dakota, where anyone can come in and weigh in on these types of legislation. And I think when you start doing things in the committee room when no one's around, I think that's a bad road to go down. I don't see a problem with the voting system the way it is. I think we like our early voting. We've expanded it rather, and now we want to shrink it. Could have a significant weather event that would severely affect the voter ability of a person's ability to turn out and vote. And I think just if it's not broke, don't fix it. It's a solution in search of a problem.
Thank you. Senator Greenberg.
Well, I think Representative Hawken mentioned there were 500 House bills introduced. I think there's like 400 in the Senate, so there's over 900 pieces of legislation. And again, they're House bills. I have not had a chance to talk to Representative Casper. I won't question his motives without at least reading the bill. So I guess we'll have to wait and see if it passes and comes to the Senate.
All right, we will start the next question with Representative Baining. Do you support the effort to make sexual orientation a protected status?
Thank you. Thank you. That's a bill. I don't know if that's in the House or if that's in the Senate. I'm not sure.
Someone is saying Senate behind me.
It's in the Senate. I'm not sure what it does, but I'm assuming it's to protect the rights of the gays and the lesbians and the same genders. I guess we've got a lot of protections. Currently, I think under state law, we have the division of the labor commissioner. We changed the name in GVA this week. That was this week to change the name of the labor commissioner's name to the Labor Commission and Human Rights. They have all the human rights issues there. I know there are a lot of issues, and I think it's up to, I know, it's a tough issue. I have to see the bill before it comes out, but I think we do need to protect the rights of everyone. I mean, it's, if two people want to live together in a house or an apartment, I don't think it's right for landlords to kick anyone out of their apartment. I think when it comes to issues with working, I think it's up to each employer to provide insurance if they so choose to provide insurance to the same-sex couples. I think there are some bigger companies in Fargo that currently do that, provide insurance to same-sex couples, which I have no problem with. I know the state of North Dakota, as far as they know, we don't do that. Currently in North Dakota, we do not recognize, as far as I know, same-sex marriages. And I think that's an issue that's coming. I don't know if it'll be coming this session, or maybe initiate measures sometime, or maybe coming up next session. I think there's only 9 states that do have it currently. I know I read in the paper occasionally there are some people, I think the board just had an issue with a same-sex couple that wanted to go out and use a family pass and the golf courses and so forth, or to Hawaii or whatever it was. And I think we do need to protect the rights. I don't think they need to be discriminated against. They shouldn't be kicked out of their apartments and in the workplace. It is an issue, and I think we need to protect the rights.
Thank you. Representative Hogan.
Thank you, Barb. Absolutely, I support this bill because it will put gender orientation and relationships for the GLBT under the jurisdiction of the Department of Labor, because currently they are not a protected status under the North Dakota Human Rights Act, and that's essentially what the bill does. I think human rights are really basic, and we have moved so far in so many areas, and I believe this is the civil rights call of our time, and so I strongly support this bill. I was pleased because I got to watch about half of the testimony on this bill. It was, I think, one of the biggest hearings that we had, and I was particularly touched by the support of this bill by the Chamber of Commerce of North Dakota. And business has recognized that this attitude and this approach of protecting rights of GLBT individuals is good for business, and I think it's good for the state of North Dakota. And so I'm strongly supporting this piece of legislation.
Thank you. Representative Kelch.
Thank you. Yes, I also strongly support this legislation. I supported it in 2009 when it was before us, and it actually made it through the Senate and came over to the House where it suffered a defeat. But Representative Hogan touched on many of the same points that I would agree with, and I think that, you know, the world is changing, our society, our culture is changing, and we need to be inclusive of everyone. So I support it. I think that no one should be fired for who they are, and I think that protection needs to be in law.
Thank you. Senator Grinberg.
I was in Cambridge, England in December, and then into Marion, France on business. And the headlines in the papers in England and France were heated debates over gay marriage, gay rights. And so this is not a topic that's, you know, centered on North Dakota policy. It's not only the nation, every state in the nation, it's around the globe. And I think, I can't remember the year, but North Dakota has in its constitution defining a marriage between a man and a woman. Voters passed that, put it in the constitution. I supported the bill. It's been noted here, 2009 or 2011. I'll support the bill again unless it's radically changed.
Thank you. Senator Center.
I'd like to also say that I'm going to support this bill and the whole concept behind the GLBT human rights issue. Last year in May, I attended graduation at Gonzaga University, and the commencement speaker was Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who spoke about gay rights issues at a Catholic university while there were protesters outside. I can tell you that it's an issue that's widespread across this nation. This is a human rights issue. I agree with Kathy that this may be the civil rights issue of our time, and I will be in support of 100%.
Thank you. The next question, excuse me. The next question was aimed specifically at Representative Hogan, though of course everyone will get a chance to answer. And I just wanted to remind the audience, if there is a question you want to aim at a particular representative or senator, please feel free to do so, and I'll make sure that person starts the answer. Representative Hogan, do you support the funding for the school melt program? If no, why not, when you know the need? And what can we do to make sure this bill goes through? This is from a couple of different questioners, and both of them seem supportive.
Thank you. Well, I strongly support the school milk program. When I was director of Cass County Social Services, we had many, many requests for families. It is so hard when there is a child who comes to school and watches 2/3 of their class have milk or juice at a break time, and they sit without anything. In a time when we have funds available, it makes no sense to me to not ensure that every child has access to milk or juice at a break. I strongly supported this bill. It was defeated in the House this week, and I am an optimist by nature. So I am hoping that one of the appropriations committees will find a way to readdress it. Am I an optimist, Tony?
Looking at me.
You're on the appropriations committee. But I think it just made me sad to think that we can't support low-income children. And it's kindergartners through third graders. It's little tiny children. It just made me sad. And so I obviously love this bill and am really deeply disappointed that it was defeated.
Thank you. Representative Kelch.
Thank you. I don't know how to say it any differently than Representative Hogan just did. I strongly supported the bill. Unfortunately, it did go down to defeat, and the reasons that she had spelled out are the same. That you have a classroom full of children, K through third grade, and 2/3 are drinking milk, and the others are asking and they're asking the ones who aren't, why aren't you drinking milk? And they have to answer because I can't afford it. So it's, I think it's just a matter of where our priorities are. It's a small dollar figure compared to our overall budget, and it's for kids, and it's for nutrition, and helps them get off to a better start. So I strongly supported the bill, and I hope it does reappear later in the session as well.
Thank you. Senator Grinberg.
I think Representative Kelch hit on one of the notes. The bill's in the House, and of course, we get the excuse in the Senate, vice versa. So I didn't vote on the bill. But we'll still note Representative Hogan's comments as the various budgets come through. Central to, let me back up. One of the things that I really appreciate, and I think all of us would appreciate, is the part-time citizen legislature that represents North Dakota. So anyone can introduce an idea, and that idea comes to the respective chamber for a full vote. In many states, the chairman of a committee can bury or tear up a bill. So everything gets vetted, everything is transparent. Central to our challenge this session is defining what priorities, and specifically the reduced funding coming in from the federal government. And I believe this bill was a reaction or a result of reduced federal funding for the program. I may be wrong on that, again, not hearing the testimony or seeing the bill.
I don't
So it's a priority, and you can have your opinions and read about what we do, and I respect that. But I did talk to Senator Flacco yesterday, driving home, and he is chairman of the Senate Education Committee, and he has some particular opinions on this issue, and he knows the Fargo school system in and out, is well respected, and he has a firm belief that there's enough funds in the Fargo School District to take care of if there is a shortage of funds federally for the lower advantaged kids. So it's it's a statewide probably approach that would help statewide, and I recognize that, but the process is what it is, and various people have various opinions for why they vote, but we'll see what comes in the Senate side and various amendments, but that would be my take on it, kind of keep more of a holistic view at this point in the session.
Thank you. Senator Center.
My take on this, and honestly, it's just another one of those House bills I haven't seen, but of course there was a lot of press on it, but I think the one thing that's really important to note on this is the fiscal note. The cost of this program to the state was about $500,000. Well, I want you to know that in 2011, the legislature passed a corporate tax relief bill, and at that time, that corporate tax relief was projected to give $25 million in tax relief to C corporations, which are closed corporations that don't pass through that income to the individual. And of that 25 million, 82% of it was projected to go to out-of-state corporations. Furthermore, the projected amount of 25 million actually turned out to be $59 million. And we can't afford this? We got a priority problem out there if this doesn't get funded. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Boehne.
Thank you. I did vote against the milk bill. Basically, it costs 17 cents a day for the little pint, which comes out to 85 cents a day. That's a bottle of pop every 2 weeks that the parent may not have to have. It's starting to become a very big political issue, fundraising issue on one side. There was, as far as I know, from what I heard, there was no testimony from any school boards or school districts that come in favor of this bill. Currently, I think at one time they used to have the milk break, but they took and shifted milk break to the morning breakfast, so they're getting a pint of milk and their juice in the morning with their breakfast, and then they get it at lunchtime. And I think, from my understanding, the superintendents did not want it, the school boards did not want it, from my understanding. kids don't like to drink milk. A lot of them don't want to drink milk. There's a lot of garbage that gets thrown out from it. And I think, I don't know, the program was dropped at one time. I think the federal government cut it out. If I'm not sure. There was, I think, but basically the program got shifted from the morning to the breakfast area. So they're getting the milk in the morning for breakfast, and they're getting it at lunch, and it was shifted out from the lunchtime in the morning. So.
Thank you. Next question, we'll start with Representative Kelsch. What measures would you support to improve the housing crisis in the state?
Well, we have a number of proposals in the governor's budget that we're including for a housing meeting housing needs across the state, not just in the oil patch. I also know that there are a number of other tax credit proposals for developers in areas that have unmet needs. It's much more difficult to recoup your costs if you're building housing in a small town than it is in a growing city. So there are those other proposals. I don't know of anything specifically right now as far as bill numbers, but I would support any effort, including the amount in the governor's budget that will increase housing fund allowances.
Thank you. Excuse me, Senator Grunberg.
Can I pass?
We'd prefer you not to.
I'm looking at my friend Robert Sanderson with LSS. I have authored a number of amendments that have turned out to be very effective programs in the state for Lutheran social services and low-income housing. And the governor's proposal, I think, builds on that from 2 years ago. I forget the number, but it would be 40 million additional tax credits, 50, and it's a House bill. And I think the House maybe at this point cut that back. I'm not sure the exact numbers. But I'll continue to support the program. And in essence, what it is, it's been very effective across the state where communities and individuals can get a dollar-for-dollar tax credit to match some state funds to assist with a down payment and gap financing of low-income housing across the state. And it's working very, very well. I had a discussion yesterday in a subcommittee that I chair in Department of Commerce. We're going to look at maybe adding child care facilities as part of that program that could assist with child care facilities as part of a statewide fix, if you will, with the challenges we're having with child care. So that's a specific example I've had direct leadership involvement with that is working very well.
Thank you. Senator Sinner.
As I think about this issue, I look at what causes or what are the reasons that we don't have more or faster growth in housing. And part of it is the infrastructure problem we have. It's so expensive, especially in the oil patch, to put in streets and sewer systems. And so we're working on a large revolving fund program. The City of Fargo was down and testified it in front of my committee this week that would allow the cities to go into this revolving fund. And rather than have to bond and send those dollars to New York or some Wall Street broker, the money would stay with the Bank of North Dakota in a revolving fund or in the state in a revolving fund. It would allow them to borrow, the cities and counties, the local subdivisions, to borrow this money and pay it back to the state and to fund those infrastructure needs. There are also several, as a lender and a banker, I understand that there are several programs to finance housing units in several parts of the state where there are immediate needs. And the builder can get a 1% interest rate. So I think in a lot of areas they're starting to catch up. I know there's need out there, but you know, the other part of the roads and streets and all the other problems there are in that area, and we have to address all of it. We can't just focus on the housing, but it's a real problem, and we're going to be throwing a lot of money in that area in the next 2 to 4 years for sure.
Thank you. Representative Boehning.
Thank you. That is a big issue out west. The biggest issue a couple of sessions ago was to build a new house in a rural area, build a house for $200,000. They might not be able to sell the house for $100,000. They might sell it for $80,000 because there was a gap in there. I think a lot of that gap is going away because of the demand out there currently for housing. I know there's a lot of bills out there. Don't know a lot about it, all of the bills on what's going on with those, but we do have to address it out there. It is a big issue. It's the infrastructure issues, as Senator Sinner said. with so much going on out in that area, it takes a lot of manpower, and manpower is hard to come from out in that area. And also with a large demand like that, the prices also go up. So I mean, we got to weigh our checks and balances on that. We can pump a whole lot of money in out there, and then all of a sudden the prices are going to go up. So we're going to get less bang for a buck out there. And hopefully we can come up with some good proposals out there. I know there's several out there. Until they come out of committee, we don't really know sometimes how they turn out, because with amendments and so forth to make everything work, and what works out west may not work out east, and what works on one place doesn't work another. So it's kind of a shell game sometimes to try to make things work the best. And we've probably got more money in the valley to start a development. They don't have as much, or the bigger developers out west, and so it is a big issue all around the state. And the manpower, once we do get all the credits and so forth and start building, then you have to have the manpower and the housing to house them in. So it's a real issue out there. So
Thank you. Representative Hogan.
Thank you, Barb. I want to publicly thank the governor and for Senator Lindbergh for helping to support the $50 million tax subsidy for low-income housing, low and moderate-income housing. I think that was a very good start. In the House, when that bill was heard, the current tax subsidy that's available is $15 million, and we added another $5 million because we thought that would be enough. I don't think that's enough. I think we need to be at 40 to 50 million in terms of tax subsidy, because the need for low and moderate income housing is obviously evident in the western part of the state, but there are also real needs in the eastern part of the state. When you look at the number of homeless individuals in Fargo right now and what's happening with the churches doing overflows from all the shelters, housing is an issue, a crisis issue, not just in the west, but also in the east. Bismarck shelters are seeing the kinds of problems that we're having here in Fargo. And so I think the housing issue is a problem, obviously very severe in the west, but also serious in the east. And I think that this solution that the governor proposed is a good starting place. There is a 10-year plan in the city of Fargo to end homelessness as we know it. And in some ways, we've been going downhill simply because we have so many people in our homeless shelters that to move them into low and moderate income housing has been difficult, because we haven't been able to keep up with that working class and people who are in crisis. So I think housing is a major problem all over the state.
Thank you. Senator Grimberg, we're back to you, starting with you, and someone has a specific question for you. What is your opinion regarding the UND medical school proposal, new facilities versus remodeling?
We had a hearing on that on Thursday, and at this point, you know, there's strong points on both sides. I think it's clear we're going to do something. I, at this point, tend to favor new over 2 bienniums. I think the price tag's around $120 million. Gets back to my opening statement. We have an opportunity to invest and upgrade the state's infrastructure. And so we're going to have continued discussion amongst the committee before we make a recommendation. But if we're going to spend over $100 million, I think it has to be over 2 bienniums, and then the university can plan accordingly over a 4-year period. And I'm not sure what the sentiments of my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee are, but from what I understand, it expands obviously more slots for doctors, and there's a growing challenge in the healthcare workforce arena. We've got some significant challenges coming down the road, and this also will aid in added spots for physical therapy and other healthcare-related positions. So that would be my position at this point. Look at a 4-year plan to go new.
Thank you. Senator Sinner?
I'm not familiar with the budget and how it looks, but I am familiar with the proposals slightly. And from what I've heard, the plan to build a new medical school of about $120 million will save us several $1 million over the next 20 to 40 years. And I think with the growing need for medical care and our growing and the aging of our citizenry across not only North Dakota but the nation, I think this is a really good move for our people and our state. Our state has the money, and I think we have the bond rating, one of the best in the nation. I think we can bond some of this if we need to, rather than direct appropriation. And like Senator Grinberg says, I think we can do this over 4 years. So I think it's a really wise thing to do for our state. And it gives, I think we find also that medical students that come out of, doctors that come out of our medical school are a lot more likely to stay here than bringing them from somewhere else. And I think this is a really great move for our state and our citizenry to move ahead with a new medical school and really do something special here with this, with the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Boehning.
I guess I haven't seen the total proposal. What I've heard, though, is they want to tear down some buildings to replace, to put in a new building. I'm a favorite. We do need to get more doctors in the state, and we do have the opportunity. And the 4-year plan would be great, is probably the better plan up front, because we'll come in this year, we could appropriate $120 million. By the time they get done at the building, they may need another $20 million or something on that order. So it's easier to do a 2-year program appropriation with that, because then we have a little bit more oversight on to see how the building progress is going and so forth. They need more money. We need to, may need another addition to it, or something else may come up with it. And I think, with their growing demand, we do have a growing demand out there for doctors and nurses. And I know a lot of the doctors, some doctors are getting out of the mainstream practicing in the clinics and so forth and going on their own. And I think the more medical school is pretty important to North Dakota, and I'm not sure how many students we currently have up there in medical school. I don't know if it's 30 or whatever it is. Maybe somebody may know the answer for that. But, the more, if we can build a new school up there and save the taxpayers some money in the long run, I think we're well off. And I really don't think we should bond for it. If we can pay cash up front for it, that's the actual better way to go.
Representative Hogan.
Thank you. It was my privilege to be on the Interim Health Committee, and so we studied this issue. And we had several tours of the medical school. In light of full disclosure, my daughter's a UND medical school graduate, so I'm a little passionate about this program because I know it works. And over the last years, I think we've gone from 55 students to over 70 in each class. I think it's 72 now. And so and again, a large percentage of the physicians practicing in North Dakota come through that educational program. The Interim Health Committee looked at the 3 options that were being discussed at the medical school, and I think the option to build new simply makes sense. And I hadn't heard the idea of doing it over 2 bienniums, but that also makes sense, because I think we can then do it in a planned way and with the oversight that Representative Boehning talked about, and without bonding. In the long run, it saves us all money, and this is, I think, a really good investment in terms of the healthcare delivery system in North Dakota. The medical school not only trains physicians and nurses and physical therapists, but it also offers a lot of leadership on the delivery of health services. The Center for Rural Health, many of the programs associated with the medical school help all of us. And so I strongly support the option of building new.
Thank you. Representative Kelch.
Yes, I also support a new facility. I think it would be state-of-the-art and be much more attractive to some of the top students that would be looking for medical school to attend, as long as there is no chancellor's office in the building.
Poor Tony.
I'm just waiting for the question.
We'll move on from that. Start with Senator Center. This is about property tax reductions, and there's 2 questions. I'm going to combine them here a little bit. If there is a 40% cut in property tax, how are schools going to be affected? And has there been any other funding models proposed to send money back to taxpayers?
Regarding the 40% proposal, this is my proposal. This is the idea that I talked about in the campaign. Basically, how the program would work would be the county auditors would look at the total mills that are levied for 2012, and the state would reimburse the counties. They would send 40% of that amount to the state treasurer, and the state would reimburse back to the counties 40% of those total mills. In other words, every taxpayer would have a 40% reduction in their tax bill. The money would be paid for out of the state treasury. That fiscal note is about $625 million. The governor's proposal is about 700 and some million over the next 2 years. The real difference is, as I see this, is that Fargo taxpayers, the taxpayers who fund at a higher level than some of the rurals, Everybody in the state, under the governor's proposal, gets the exact same dollar amount on percentage on their taxes. In my proposal, every taxpayer has the same percentage reduction in their tax bill. So across the state, everybody gets 40%. Under the governor's proposal, some taxpayers would get a 75% reduction and others would get a 20% reduction. I don't think that's fair. Now, let's go back to the second part of your question and repeat that, please.
Has there been other funding models proposed to send money back, directly back to taxpayers?
You know, I think I haven't seen anything that sends money directly to taxpayers. You know, similar to the Alaska plan, they send $1,000 every year to every taxpayer. In North Dakota, we haven't seen anything like that. We've heard problems with that sort of a system from Alaska. In this system, I think we might see some things that provide tax credits for people who have earned income or income. They might get some sort of tax credit. That's part of my thing with the renter's credit, and we've got that coming through. So I don't know if that'll go through. That's been defeated in the past. But you know, in my district and all across Fargo, 50% of the people live in rental property. If we do a property tax cut, those people, do we really think that the landlords will pass that along? I don't think so. I mean, most of these folks are under contract. They know what their rent is for the next year, and it can't go up, but it certainly isn't going to go down. I mean, the landlords won't do that. So we're talking about doing that sort of a scenario to give some people some tax relief. I don't think you'll see any checks written to people. I think what you'll see are tax credits. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Boehning.
Thank you. The tax issue, that's a good one. I know there's quite a few proposals out there. I know there's the governor's proposal and there's Senator Sinner's proposal out there to buy the mills down and give money back to the auditors so they can distribute that way. And I know there's some proposals out there to cap the amount of money that the locals can spend and then put with the cap, it would go to the voted people if the dollar amount gets up over a certain amount. You know, that's been an issue every time I went campaigning, since even with our mill levies buy downs. That's still a big issue. Our property taxes keep going up in the state, even though we are cutting, I think last session was like $340 million we gave back over the biennium. Property taxes keep continuing going up. It's not really the state's problem. It seems more the local problems. I mean, we can lower it and keep giving back more and more money back to schools and to the counties and so forth. But yet, when they go door to door, it seems that people complain that their taxes are still going up on their tax statements. So we're trying to address that, and hopefully this time, I'm one of those that live in an apartment, and I know my lease is up, and I know my rent is going to go up again. So I don't know if the landlords aren't giving the money back to lower rent or not, but it's an issue out there, and hopefully we can get something figured out that really works. And maybe, I know we can't cut a check directly to the people of the state because it's against the Constitution. That'd have to be changed to get a direct check back like Alaska does. So I think hopefully at some point we can get something that works out better. If money goes to the auditor and they can distribute it out better. So we need to get some better reporting on some of the tax statements as well to see where the money's coming from, where it's going. I guess we know where it's going. It's just that I think we got to have some little bit better. The state's given a lot of funding back to the locals, and it doesn't seem to, people don't seem to see it reflected on their tax statements.
Thank you. Representative Hogan.
Thank you. I think the balance of taxation, what do we fund with property tax, with sales, with income, with corporate tax, really got out of balance after the 1989 referral, when we froze all the income, sales, and corporate income, the taxes. And over the last 20 years, there has been a significant dependency on property tax in this state. And we have had a high rate of property tax because essentially the state wasn't funding education, it wasn't funding services. And that was because of the referral. As the state began to generate money, they recognized this and put the money back into the buy-downs. And the issue is, how do you fund the primary thing that is funded by property taxes? Schools. And really, the schools have had a significant increase over the last 2 sessions, or 3 maybe. But the whole structure and balance of what's paid with income tax, what's paid with sales tax, what's paid with corporate tax, and what's paid with property tax is, we're really just recovering from the 1990s and early 2000s of the really imbalance in our taxation system. And we've had income tax reductions, we've had sales tax, we haven't had sales tax reductions, we've had corporate reductions over the last sessions. And one of my big concerns is, people keep saying, I don't see the property tax savings on my tax bills. We have lots of bills to require on your tax statement, truth in taxation with notes about what you have to know. I'm concerned that all we're doing is trying to make the legislature look good and not explaining the whole situation. And many of those requirements are just burdensome on local governments. And so I'm a bit concerned about all the notification requirements. But I think the state has stepped up to the plate over the last 3 sessions, and that we're getting a better balance between how do we fund public service.
Thank you. Representative Kelch.
Thanks, Barb. So the first question was, how will it affect school funding
Yes.
if a property tax reduction? Well, what we've done since 2009 has been a direct 75 mil buy down, which amounts to about $600 on a $150,000 house. But we're looking at some other options this year because the cost of that program continues to rise as the cost of the whatever a mill will raise based on the increased valuations in each of the little political subdivisions. We had one I thought was a very intriguing bill in front of our Finance and Taxation Committee that changes the state day distribution formula, which is the percentage of the sales tax collections that's sent directly back to the local subdivisions. And this would have increased that amount and then would have directed another 50% of that sales tax collection to be directly applied to property tax reduction. And I thought it was a very innovative idea because it doesn't continue to grow the amount that we have to allocate or appropriate for the 75 mil buy down. It just simply rises and falls with the sales tax collection. So if we're looking at a growing economy, we're going to have increased sales tax collection. If it falls off, the needs aren't likely to be as great in counties and cities and schools, and it would be very correlative with the amount of economic activity. So unfortunately, that didn't make it out of, well, it was given a do not pass out of the committee, but it is yet to be voted on the floor. And I think you may see some similar ideas to that in the coming months. Just want to make a quick note. In 2007, individual income tax collection in North Dakota amounted to about $230 million per biennium. This year we had a bill that set aside that stopped property or income tax collection for the biennium, and the fiscal note on that was over $1 billion. So that just gives you an idea of the amount of the income growth in North Dakota, even though we have lowered income tax rates over the past 3 sessions.
Thank you. Senator Greenberg.
If you get a sense, there's kind of differences of opinion on tax relief of the 5 of us here. Add another 136 to the equation, and you get an understanding of, working through the maze. First, the Constitution of North Dakota does not allow direct payments back to the citizens. I understand there's a proposal or 2 in the House to change the Constitution and allow for direct payments back to the citizens. I will not vote for that. I think it creates a long-term dependency environment where people expect to be paid from the state, and to me, that's just not in the best long-term interest of the state. I think you talk about school finance and where we're at and how we have to figure this out when it relates to property tax. There is no better person than Governor Dalrymple to be in the seat he's in with his vast experience and knowledge of K-12 finance. And I know Senator Sinner has some ideas, but Governor Dalrymple's plan is pretty sound because he knows state finance. He's been on the edges of a lawsuit with inequity, and we start talking about valuations in Fargo versus Bismarck. We can't challenge ourselves, get back in an inequitable distribution of funds. So when we look at the overall picture, I think it's going to reflect largely what Governor Dalrymple was. We're going to center our sights on that, is my opinion. I think Mr. Montpleasure's in the room here, Mike Montplaisure. You're a Cass County taxpayer. You need to thank him. I need to thank him. We need to thank him because Cass County, I understand, is the only state to put a line on your property tax statement that showed the legislative contribution. And that isn't happening in other parts of the state. Representative Hogan mentioned a bill to make sure that entire citizens of the state understand the legislative commitment. And so I think Cass County deserves a little credit in that. I think the Fargo School Board, many people don't know the work over the last 10 years the Fargo School Board has made to reduce spending and control the budget with the school district here in Fargo. And in the 90s, I mean, Fargo was busting, growing like crazy, valuations, new properties, and the school board was in a very lucrative time to keep spending money. Well, that's starting to change. And so credit needs to go to the Fargo School Board for tightening the reins and doing what's right. I think as we move forward, and I think Senator Sinner and I would agree on this, because I think his bill includes this, is that if we're going to, under the governor's proposal, start funding 100%, as I understand it, of core education, then we're going to have restrictions on how much the locals can raise. And that's a philosophy that I have always embraced local decision-making. But if the equation works through in our final package, we're going to have some say in what the schools can raise per year. And then the new growth is part of that planning as far as, you know, new investments, et cetera. So it's going to be a delicate balance. But one thing you can expect is that your property taxes are going to continue to go down. It's just a matter of how and what formulas.
Thank you. We've been at this about an hour, so I just want to check, does anybody need a water refill? Everybody okay? All right. Let's do this one. This is aimed at the representative, so since Representative Boehning, you're beginning to, on this question, we'll start with you with this one. This is about House Bill 1382, which it says is a wind sales tax exemption extension. This actually asks if you will please support this extension, and that is supposed to vote on Monday. And do you support this putting wind on a level playing field with other energy generation?
Thank you. I'm not sure in the proposal how that all goes. I guess I got the.
Tablets come to the rescue.
Let's see, wind energy. Okay. There looks like there's the fiscal note down. The 23 million. Wind energy, it's good energy, but it's not cheap energy. The only reason that you do need a tax credit on this is because the energy, when the cost of making the energy is quite high. As I think, I'm not sure if the federal government, if they brought that back in or not, the energy credits on that. But the trouble with the wind energy, it's not there all the time. I always equate it, if you go out and buy a new car, you want that car to run 100%, you want it to run 50%, which is about what wind energy is. And it's kind of like, if you want wind energy, you're going to have to pay more for it on your electricity bill. And it is a big issue. We do have quite a few of them around there. It's becoming an environmental issue because the sound, the noise. There's issues around the country where they have to stop the wind towers because of migration of birds and so forth, because there's so many birds getting killed by them. There's lawsuits on there because of the noise that's causing stress to people and so forth, because the lights and the sounds off of it. And it is an expensive energy. I'm guessing it's about double. I'm not sure if Representative Kelch is on energy and tax anymore, energy committee. He can explain a little bit more. But it is an expensive energy. It's it's a lot less than coal. It's a lot less than nuclear. It's a lot more, I should say, than coal and nuclear and hydro. So I think, I'm not sure where I'm going to be on that bill. And I seen the fiscal notes, $23 million, but there wasn't really I think it's a tax credit, so it's probably not a lot. But at what point do we stop subsidizing? I think if it's really good, I think it would stand on its own merits.
Thank you, Representative Hogan.
I'm definitely going to support 1382 because I think it's a good long-term, next 100 years investment. We have to be long-term begin to look at where are we going to be 40 to 80 years from now. And I think wind is obviously sustainable. And to do the exemption now when we are in a position where we can afford it makes sense. And so this is an extension of an existing tax exemption, as I understand it. And so I think that to continue that, we don't need to raise additional taxes, and so this simply makes sense.
Thank you, Representative Kelch.
Thank you. This coal, natural gas, nuclear, every other form of electrical generation receives a sales tax exemption on the components used to construct a plant, and it doesn't have a sunset on it. It's always there. Wind is the only one that has a sunset on it, and all this does is it extends the sunset for 2 years, from 2015 to 2017, for the sales tax exemption for the components used in manufacturing a wind generation plant. Wind is not more expensive. If you compare wind costs versus coal costs, new versus new, wind is 3 to 4 cents per kilowatt hour. Coal is 6 to 8 cents per kilowatt hour because of the environmental regulations that go into building a coal plant. There are no associated fuel costs with wind. There are with coal, with natural gas, there's even still some oil generation plants operating in North Dakota. So I think we have to correct some facts, and I would like to see this permanently, just like every other electrical form of generation component enjoys in North Dakota law. So I'm definitely going to support it. I hope it goes permanent, but we'll take what we can get.
Thank you. Senator Grinberg.
The tech-savvy Senator Sinner just showed me the bill, so I appreciate the fact that I learned that it's just an extension of what's in place now, and I'm amazed that Representative Kelch is not on the bill. He is, on many accounts, probably the early leader of wind energy, because he stepped out many years ago and everybody was shooting arrows at him for even suggesting that in a coal lignite.
The sponsor claimed he couldn't find me.
Yeah. So I mean that said, you know, if I voted for it last time, I guess if it's an extension, I'll probably vote for it again. But I'm probably pretty dubious on the whole impact of it. I mean, let's face it, the federal government's broke. What stimulated wind power in North Dakota was significant federal tax credits that investors got their money back in a year or two, and those are gone. And DMI is closed. My brother was the plant manager at DMI. He was making wind towers. Now they're doing a different track. So if I come back here in 2 years and you ask the question, my guess is there aren't going to be too many other wind towers added to North Dakota because the economics don't work. And Representative Kelch, further, I have some friends who run cooperatives, and they say the economics don't work with wind.
Thank you. Senator Sinner.
Well, I'm probably going to support the bill. I haven't seen it. I'm looking at it right here, and you know, you don't really know until you listen in the hearing, and this probably will be finance and tax, so I probably won't get to hear it in the Senate if it does come across, but I like the concept of going wind. I think there's some long-term implications from coal and some of the other energies that I'd like to see us move toward renewable energy if we can. And so I'm going to support this bill to keep this going if we can, and maybe over the next 4, 6, 8 years, we'll have new technology. We'll make this more affordable and more economical.
Thank you. Representative Hogan, this is another one specifically asked for you to start with this one. It's about Medicaid. What is the status of increasing Medicaid funding to meet our obligation to a rising population and rising revenue?
Thank you. Medicaid is facing two really unique situations. Because of the financial situation in North Dakota, what's called the FMAP has gone to 50%. So the state costs of providing Medicaid are going up over 90 million, right? And my appropriations friend down there knows. So the financial costs of Medicaid in its current form are going up significantly because we have more money. When we have less money, we pay less for Medicaid. When we have more money, we pay more. This is pretty logical. The second major piece of Medicaid that is currently being discussed is called Medicaid expansion. And it allows the state to cover all low-income individuals. In North Dakota has had a very limited Medicaid program. We haven't covered all the people that we could, particularly those adults ages 18 to 65 who are low income. And right now, because of the Affordable Care Act, we can cover them. And the governor included in his budget at no cost. The cost doesn't go into effect until 2016, and then there'll be a 10% match rather than a 50% match on expanded Medicaid coverage. So that there are two places that this is being discussed. There's a bill to discuss Medicaid expansion, And it's a very emotional issue. I have gotten more emails on this issue than almost any other single issue. Because people say, if you're low income and you don't have health care, and the state can get it at no cost, this is a no-brainer. We need to expand Medicaid to cover low income. And it's almost all working people who don't have health coverage through their employer. And Medicaid expansion is going to be a major issue in this session. And I'm a strong, strong proponent of Medicaid expansion.
Thank you. Representative Kelch.
Thank you. I certainly don't have the expertise and the background in this issue that Representative Hogan does, but I applaud the governor for including it in his State of the State message and his budget message for Medicaid expansion to cover everyone in the state of North Dakota. And I think it certainly makes sense. With that, I'll say ditto and pass.
Senator Grimberg.
Oh, poor
Ditto. No,
Why did I know you were going to do that?
just a comment, and, you know, Representative Hawken made a comment about more money, that just to be a little more,
Hogan, I'm not Hawken.
my apologies. But, you know, more money, what it really translates to is higher average net incomes in the state. I mean, the incomes in the people across the state have risen. That's why the federal government says you're going to pay more local share, state share, than the federal government. So our human service budget's in the House, and in past years, on the Senate Appropriations Committee, in particular myself, have relied heavily on Senator Tom Fisher, because he was an expert in this area, and of course he has passed away. And so we will be looking to fill some voids in the Appropriations Committee and really understanding this. And Representative Hogan is an expert in this area, so it's something we're, and I support the governor for, you know, I mean, let's face it, the Obamacare is the law of the land. It's not going to change. So let's just, as a party, say, okay, enough debate, move forward. And the governor did the right thing, and we'll have to figure this out.
Thank you, Senator Sinner.
I'm gonna also say that I'm most likely going to support this move, but I will say that there are people out there who don't want to do this, and I believe there was a editorial in the Bismarck Tribune this week that said we shouldn't do this because they think it's adding to the federal budget, and they don't believe in it because it's part of the Affordable Care Act. I can say this. This helps people in need. We can afford to help people in need, and I believe we should help people in need. And I will support this legislation when it comes across.
Thank you, Representative Baining.
Thank you. I guess I know that it's out, but I'm not sure what the salary limits are on this. What it's going to bump it up to is a family of four salary. What's from now to what?
To 138% of poverty.
Okay, and what would that take that up to? A family of four makes what?
About 24,000.
And this would take it up to what?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's numbers out there, and I'm not familiar with it. It's in human services and the appropriations, and I don't know. The federal government is broken, and they said, you know, it's not going to cost us anything, but it will cost us something. And coming down the years again, and hopefully we do have money in the bank at that time. And you know, and I don't know. I'll have to see how it comes out of committee, and if it's in I'm going to probably end up supporting it in some form or another, but I think we have to take a look at it, and it's costing us, I think, another $90 million this year for the Medicaid coverage in the state, if I'm not mistaken. For FMAP. So I mean, it is costing us more money, and so we'll have to see once. And I know with the Affordable Health Care Act that everybody has to carry health insurance, otherwise they're going to be taxed at some way or another. So it's all going to come out in the wash sometime, and hopefully the laundry comes out clean.
Thank you. Since the Affordable Care Act has come up, we'll go to the questions related to that. We'll start with Representative Kelch. Basically, people wanting to know what's the status for as far as North Dakota for health exchanges and any other efforts involved in implementing the new federal Affordable Health Care Act.
Well, it's my understanding that right now we're kind of in a wait-and-see mode. There is no legislation being offered this session to set up a state-run exchange, so we're going to I think allow the federal government to operate an exchange for us. And there's always an option down the road that we can take over the exchange as a state should we see that need. So that's the short answer. That's essentially where we are.
Thank you. Senator Grimberg?
I look forward to Representative Hogan's response. I don't really have anything to add at this point. I do know earlier, maybe in December, there was some talk about a regional exchange where North Dakota might participate. I haven't heard anything of that, or what the latest is. So I'm really kind of not up to speed on.
Could I, this is sort of out of order here, but Representative Hogan, if you've got more background to help everybody else out, do you want to skip ahead, or?
I think they don't want to answer. There are numbers of little changes that are being implemented in the Department of Human Services budget, and Representative Bainey referenced the change in income levels. We're combining, previously there were 15 categories of Medicaid, and we're going into 3 or 4 categories of Medicaid. So there are a number of smaller changes in who's covered in terms of income levels and some of those kinds of issues. Not substantial. The Medicaid expansion is the single biggest ACA. We really haven't heard many Affordable Care Act bills in either the House or Senate. In the last session, we had numbers of them. And so it has not been a major topic other than Medicaid expansion. And then in the Department of Human Services budget, there are a number of requirements regarding the current law in Medicaid that are being included in the appropriations bill. And most of those will be policy changes. I think the other issue with expanded with the changes in expanded coverage is the people who really benefit are first the low-income households, but all the healthcare providers who are providing free and unsubsidized care that they simply write off at the end of every year will really benefit from expanded Medicaid. And so the healthcare providers, the physicians, the doctors, all of those groups are very supportive of expanded Medicaid. So we haven't seen a lot of opposition to this. So technical changes in eligibility, reducing the number of categories, those are the big changes. Most of those changes are, in fact, in the Department of Human Services budget and not freestanding pieces of legislation. And you haven't seen that yet. So that's where it's at.
Senator Center, if you want,
Well, I'm gonna
go ahead
just-
and ask her a question, too.
Well, I'm just going to follow up and say that North Dakota has passed on setting up its own exchange.
Yeah.
Now, several of the major insurance players in this state, particularly Blue Cross, would like us to set up an exchange that we manage ourselves. And we've been asked to do that, and so far as I know, there is no movement this year to do that from anyone. But it really is a reflection of the leadership that we have in the state, and they think that, they believed in the past that I think the court challenge on the Affordable Care Act might make it go away. It's not going away, it's the law of the land. And if we want to have our own exchange, we'll need to do that sometime in the future, and I'm a proponent of that.
Thank you. Representative Bain.
Coming to the healthcare exchange, I think, I don't think we're going to get one in the state. There's, like I said, there's no proposals out there for it. And I think that's something that maybe the federal government should be running, I think, because it's a federal mandate, and I think we should lead the federal government, take and run it for us, and it's going to save the taxpayers, the insurance payers in North Dakota probably some money. Thank you.
Thank you. Not getting any easier here, Senator Grimberg. You get this one. Do you support lowering the oil extraction tax? If so, why?
Politics aside, we have, as I mentioned in my opening statement, a profound time in this state, and there's going to be a lot of debate on this issue, and it was somewhat very political 2 years ago. We have antiquated taxation rates with our oil industry, and I am by no means an expert in this, but we have a number of wells producing that are titled stripper wells, and then we have the surge of the new fracking technology, and the wells, I mean, they're batting 100% on every time they punch a hole in the ground. And as I understand it, the peak production of a new well in the Bakken has about a 2-year window, and then the number of barrels a day really drops off and slips into that stripper category. Well, once it goes into that category, then it comes in a lower tax. And so the proposal, if you will, is to come up with a compromise to lower the tax on the initial drilling, so the oil companies get a little break, but the state captures the ongoing revenue and tax collections with changing more income coming from the stripper well production for the next 20 or 30 years. So it's a policy decision as well as a fiscal outcome, but it's kind of a proposal to meet, the oil companies will accept the higher tax on stripper wells and then get it on the front end. So it's a balance, but in the long run, if the state doesn't do this, we are going to lose significant oil revenues starting in about 7 to 8 years. So it's really a discussion about capturing long-term the treasure that we have that's under the ground in the state versus a short-term, in my opinion, which probably is going to become a political football because everybody has their image of oil companies receive tax breaks. But this is really a long-term discussion that's in the best interest of the state.
Thank you. Senator Center?
You know, I agree with Senator Grinberg's assessment of the stripper well issue. We do need to fix that. And those, I think the stripper well tax is at 6.5%, and or is it 5%? And then there's the regular tax that goes on, the extraction tax at 6.5%. And we do need to fix this thing. All that my colleagues are asking for from my side of the aisle is that this thing be revenue neutral going forward. And based on the bill that Senator Cook has proposed, we'll lose about $500 to $600 million over the 5-year period when this kicks in 2016. I am not in favor of lowering the taxes that are out there. I think the oil companies are here because we have a treasure that they want, and they're going to be here no matter what the tax situation is, unless it's crazy. And we're not going to do that. But we think we should keep this tax as revenue neutral, and that's the way I'll be voting on this. So if we're going to give up tax revenues by changing the tax, I'll probably vote against it. But I do think we do need to fix the stripper problem, and I am in favor of doing that. But I want to keep it revenue neutral.
Thank you. Representative Boehning?
I just had a chuckle at one thing you said, but it fixed the stripper problem.
Oh.
But there's some issues out there now. It will have to be revenue neutral because we are relying real heavily on their oil revenue out there. And the stripper wells, I'm not really that familiar with it. After they get to a certain point, the tax rates change and so forth. And I think if there's a well on the property, a new well, I think also qualifies as a stripper well. I'm not sure. I know there's some talk with that out there. And it will have to be revenue neutral and 7.5%, and I think they pay there's an extraction tax, and then there's another tax they pay out there too, if I'm not mistaken. But it's something that will have to be fixed. They're looking at it in the Senate. From my understanding, I'm going to echo Senator Grinberg's thoughts on it, and I think we're going to have to, we'll take a look at it, and it will have to be revenue neutral because otherwise we're relying pretty heavily on that revenue out there.
Thank you. Representative Hogan?
I might know Medicaid, but I don't know this. Oil extraction taxes are very, very challenging. And I listen to my friends on this one. I think that keeping things revenue neutral are really, really critical. And remembering that this is a one-time harvest. This is not renewable. When it's gone, it's gone. And so we have to make very wise decisions about what we're doing right now. And so I will be very cautious about changes. Obviously, our current taxation system is not significantly impacting our current oil development. Just go to the west.
Thank you. Representative Kelch?
Yes, I won't repeat what, because Senator Grinberg actually spelled it out very nicely what the situation is, and we've had this stripper well exemption since about 1987, so that it incentivizes the oil companies to keep pumping oil out of a well that's going dry. But I think we do need to close the stripper well exemption, but I also need to think that we need to keep the rest of the tax in place. We hear comparisons that we're a really high tax state for oil. Well, if you compare the extraction and the production taxes, yes, maybe we are, but other states may have lower taxes, but they also add other taxes on the production of oil, including a property tax, including a collection tax at the wellhead. The activity isn't increasing because of our tax structure. It's more due to our regulatory environment and the fact that we have a very highly sought after product in the ground. So I think definitely, yes, fix the stripper well tax, because with the new technologies, they can drill one hole in the ground and then spread out several wells in every direction and call it a stripper well once that initial well starts to drop off in production. So I do think we need to fix that, but with all the needs out there and with all the impacts that have come from the growth, I don't think now is the time to be lowering the tax on oil, because it's not really what's driving the industry.
Thank you. Next question, we start with Senator Sinner. Do you support the bill that would result in a challenge to Roe v. Wade by declaring legal, quote, personhood, unquote, once a woman's egg is fertilized? Is this where North Dakota should be spending its money?
Oh, that's a pretty highly charged question, I'll tell you that. There was a lot of debate on this issue. There was a lot of emotions on this issue. Personally, I voted against this bill, and I voted against it for several reasons. Number one, I believe that women should have the rights to do what they feel they need to do, and that determination should be made by them and their families and their doctors based on their needs. And I think this bill, the personhood bill, changes a lot of that, what can happen. And we had several physicians out there, fertility doctors from Fargo, who testified against this bill because they really felt that it interfered with the needs of families who are having problems with pregnancies and what they can do and what their options were. As regard to the legal challenge, there's no question that we're going to spend, the state is going to spend several thousands, hundred thousands, maybe millions of dollars defending and litigating this case. And in the end, if we lose, we're going to be paying the other side's legal costs as well. We could be talking upwards. If this thing goes to the Supreme Court, it's going to be a big deal, and it's going to be a lot of cost to us. The proponents of this bill openly stated the purpose of this is to challenge Roe v. Wade. Personally, I am pro-life. I've been pro-life my whole life. But I believe that women have rights, and those rights should be respected, as well as the religious rights of this nation that are stated in our Constitution. I think that, that these bills are going the wrong way, but we have a process, and that's what it is. People have the right to do this, and the majority voted for some of these bills, and they probably will become the law of the land in North Dakota.
Thank you. Representative Boehning.
Thank you. That's probably the toughest question we've had here all morning. I am pro-life, and also it's an issue. I think when the egg is fertilized, I think it is a human being. We've got you hear both sides. It isn't. I'm not sure. But I think one thing we have to remember, it is women's choice. It is the parents' choice. Each case isn't similar to the other cases. I am pro-life. I'm probably going to vote in favor of the bill because I do believe once an egg is fertilized, it is a human being. And I'm not sure how the bill is going to come out in the Senate. Like Senator Sinner said, it probably will pass. It's going to cost a lot of money to fight it. And I think, there's the other issue out there too. If it's gender selection, or if it's some medical defects or whatever that they're aborting the child for, or maybe it's another thing out there that they're aborting for is because they can't afford to have the kids. I think one of the things we have to look at is more adoption services, working with these mothers and families to, if they can't afford to have the child, to have more adoption services out there. We should be putting more, the ones that are proposing this, maybe we have to put more money into funding and taking care of the unwed mothers and the mothers that can't afford these, and giving their babies up for adoption. I think that's the best way to go with this. And I don't like to see abortions. I know it happens on a daily basis in the country, and I don't know, I think our rates are stabilized here in North Dakota. If they've gone up, I'm not sure. But, I think a lot of the mothers, once they've had one, they probably regret it. Some probably don't. It's a case-by-case issue, and it's something that each person has to deal with when they have one of these. I know there's abortions that happen in the later trimester, could save the life of the mother. And I think, we've got to look at every case. This isn't one shoe fits all. It's a personal issue, and I think it's It probably will pass, and I probably will support it.
Thank you, Representative Hogan.
Very, very difficult kinds of situations. We have, I think you have 3 bills in the Senate and we have 2 in the House. In my looking at those bills, and the 2 that we voted on in the House, I voted against. It was the heartbeat bill and the genetic abnormality bill, because they did not have exemptions for lives of the mothers or situations such as rape. You have a 12-year-old child who's raped, and she might not know that she's pregnant and has a heartbeat. I think I can't make that decision for her. And I think that's a serious, serious concern. In terms of the Senate bills, as I briefly looked at them, all 5 of these bills are going to have major constitutional problems. The bill that we passed and the bills that we passed in the last session are still in court, costing the state money. They're still not constitutionally approved. So we can continue to put significant money into lawsuits, which is essentially what we're doing. My biggest personal issue has to do with many of these bills will affect in vitro fertilization. And for those of you who know me, know that the best thing that happened in my life happened 16 months ago with the birth of my child, my first and only grandchild. Oh, she's upside down. Oh, my beloved Kate is upside down.
Now, I don't feel so bad.
Oh, thank you. I would hate to show you my upside down Kate, who is an IVF baby, and her parents tried a 3rd or 4th time, and if these bills had been law, this child would not be born in this state, and I would not deny this right and this privilege to any family. And I think these bills are very extreme and very dangerous, and I'm opposed to them. And it breaks my heart, because I think women who have healthy pregnancies and should be encouraged to have their children. We should prevent unwanted pregnancies, if at all possible, and we need to support women who choose. But I don't think we as a society can make that decision for any woman or any family.
Thank you, Representative Kelch.
Thank you, and everyone else has reflected this sentiment as well. This is a very difficult and personal issue. We heard first of all, I plan on voting no on the bill, on the personhood bill. I think if you're making a differentiate, there is no social security number for a fetus. There is no other types of rights. I don't know how you differentiate, but we heard a great floor speech on the bill yesterday from Representative Glassheim from Grand Forks, who said, you know, essentially what we're doing here is, he did a search on all the major religions throughout the world and what their definition of when life begins, and they're all over the board. So essentially what we're doing when we pass bills like this is we're selecting one religion's views over another. And I think that's wrong. I think it defies what we are as a country, why the reason people came over here in the first place from Europe to settle, because they were looking for religious freedom and not a single state religion operating and telling them what to believe. So I think we don't want to go down that road where we're selecting one religion's views over another's. And I think that's what these bills do, because every religion has a different view on when life begins. And he gave some eloquent examples. The Methodists say they're opposed to abortion, but only after prayerful and thoughtful deliberation. And the Jews are split on it because they don't have a centralized church body. But to me, it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't really belong in the legislative arena.
Thank you, Senator Grinberg.
You know, when I was first elected in 1992, abortion was a very vicious, highly debated, 2 sides against each other through the early 90s. And, you know, the last time I checked, and it's been some time, the North Dakota pro-life, I think I've been ranked 70 to 80% voting record with pro-life issues in my 20 years. And I've had friends, and in fact, my sister and her husband tried through the in vitro fertilization process to start a family, and that didn't work, and they ended up adopting a child of a 17-year-old mother who decided to carry the baby and then put it up for adoption. So as it's been stated here, it's a very personal issue, but as well, you know, what are my views versus, you know, what do my constituents think? Because that matters, I think, as well. The three bills that I think are packaged as a bundle that did pass the state Senate, I voted no on the constitutional issue. I voted yes on the two amendments. One was offered by Senator Mathern to make sure if these bills passed would provide Medicaid services to mothers. And then Senator Triplett, I voted for her amendments on the two pieces of legislation that would put $1 million in the Attorney General's budget for defending the state. And so when those bills then were, I can't remember the exact order of what passed. Senator Mathern's amendments passed. Senator Triplett's did not. But then I voted no on both bills. So I voted no on all three pieces of legislation. And, you know, you stand back and you look and you try and get a sense of, you know, at least in my opinion, what I think of is reasonable and practical as far as the law of the land when you look at Roe versus Wade, and then the barrage of amendments and the changes that happen in a period of a week. So when you're getting feedback and trying to understand the impact and then it changes the next day, it's not only an emotional issue, but it's very tough to understand what ultimately comes to the floor. So, you know, I can tell you that the last 2 weeks, I bet I've received very passionate pleas from people I represent and in Fargo, probably 50, 60 emails. All of them were suggesting I vote no, except for one or two. So I think that kind of sense as well, that you got to look at it both ways, I think.
I'm sorry, Senator.
I'd just like to say one thing. When I said majority, I didn't mean the majority party. I meant the majority of the people in the Senate, because there were people on both sides of the aisle that voted for and against these bills.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, these bills did pass, are now going to the House.
Thank you. For something completely different now, Representative Baining. There are two bills in the legislature concerning increasing driving under the influence penalties. Which, if either, do you support and why? And I don't have bill numbers. The person has given me a bill that's done by Ed Crucella, and another one is done by Kim Koppelman.
Thank you. I think the Crucella's bill, I think that is in the Senate, if I'm, isn't it? Yeah. That one's in the Senate. 1302 is in the House Judiciary, and I know there's a subcommittee on that. Currently, the way it come out, that it was said when we last heard it was, on the first offense, there is a mandatory 4 days in jail. We increased the fine from the fine would be increased from $250 up to $750. And then there was harsher penalties in the bill for the second and third offenses. And I know the fiscal note on it was great. I think in the first binding it was going to cost the state $8 million to house the extra prisoners in a state penitentiary. Currently, where the bill stands, I don't have the fiscal note on that, but I think in 2014 or 15, I think the new prison was going to be full due to the fact that we're going to be putting more and more DUI offenders in jail. And in prison, I know Minnesota or South Dakota's got a similar legislation out to what they've got that's kind of modeled a little bit after theirs. Their prison population increased and it's leveled off to about 400 people that are in the state penitentiary due to alcohol-related offenses. And with this legislation, it would increase our population in the following binding up to about $20-some million to house prisoners in a state penitentiary and to house them out of state because our penitentiary will be full. Currently, as the bill stands, I'm not in favor of it. I think it's, I don't know who's on the subcommittees on that. I know there's a subcommittee going on right now, and I'm not sure how it's going to come out. I'm guessing it's not going to come out as the bill is written because I know the defense attorneys are going to be in, so that's the best economic development they're going to have in the state this year, because all of the cases will go to trial, and it's going to clog up the court systems. And I know our county jail here, there'd be approximately another 25 inmates or prisoners in the county jail due to the bill.
Thank you. Representative Hogan?
Thank you. I'm also on the judiciary, which heard 1302, and it was a day of many, many tears because of the situations where the families were in testifying in front of us. And the realities of it are North Dakota's current DUI laws are pathetic, and we need to do something. I think we all agree on that. The question is what to do. And the two primary bills, one talks about having mandatory intercept on your cars, and the Edgar Chala bills would require that somebody who's been convicted can't drive a car without something on their car. The 1302 has several components in it. One of it is the mandatory sentencing that, and it would require a first offense would have 4 days in jail. And some people think that that's too much, and that's where much of the cost comes from, because, you know, that would be very severe sentencing. At the same time, it would get people's attention. The second piece of that, which is a very exciting piece, is a program called 24/7 that would require everyone to go and have their blood alcohol checked twice a day for a period of time. It could be 6 months, it could be a year, depending on the offense. But the 24/7 program, which has been used in multiple offenders in some jurisdictions, has been very effective. So I think what we have is we have a bunch of tools available now, whether it's the 24/7, it's the intercept, it's the sentencing. We will come out with a tougher DUI law. I just don't know what it's going to look like. And I think everyone in all the committees says we are really soft on DUI people, and that we're not going to have deaths like we had in the last year, because it's pathetic.
Thank you, Representative Kelch.
Thank you. And I think what you're starting to see is a real, and finally, a cultural shift on acceptance of driving while intoxicated. And I think it's about time, and it's being reflected in the fact that we are finally changing our woefully inadequate DUI laws. I'm not sure which bill is best, because I'm not on either of those committees. I do know that we are going to come out of here with something. I think the ignition interlock is a very good idea. It prevents someone from being able to start the vehicle if they're intoxicated. I think part of this cultural shift, and I'm just going to take a minute and make a plug here. My son is in today's paper, and he's part of this Decker group at Fargo South, and they are advocating for tougher DUI laws from a teenage perspective. So it's definitely a cultural change, and I think it's starting to be reflected on at the younger generation level, and I think it's about time.
Thank you, Senator Grimberg.
I think Representative Kelch is spot on. It is cultural. Last August, in a luncheon, when Sheriff Paul Laney addressed a group of Republicans, you know, it was about a week or two after the unfortunate incident happened with the family of 4 losing their life. And I asked him the question in an open forum. I said, what should the legislature do? And much to my surprise, and I think many in the room, his candid reply is, judges just need to be tougher. And, you know, I've thought about that, and 2 weeks ago we had the judiciary budget up in appropriations, so I put the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court on the spot. And I asked him about, I cited the example that Sheriff Laney had put forth, and you know, it was kind of it was a very, Justice Vanderwall is very articulate, and he does a fantastic job, but he didn't quite have the same opinion as the sheriff. But I think what we took away from that discussion was, from the cultural standpoint, and the head of our prisons, Leanne Birch, used to be a prosecutor in Kidder County, and she said there is a distinct difference on how judges act, for example, in Cass County versus Burleigh County and Kidder County. There's kind of a culture in Kidder County. I'm not picking on Kidder County if you grew up there, but everybody knows everybody. And from her opinion, they're more lenient on DUI offenses. Well, I think this young man got drunk in Kidder County. And I don't know if a mandatory sentence would have changed his behavior. But, you know, the point is, it's a cultural issue. And so what's the legislative fix? You know, I think I've read numbers that if you get a DUI your first, it costs you $10,000. I don't know if that's an accurate number, with insurance and attorney fees and fines. I'd have no problem going to $20,000 if that's the whole cost. I know one of the proposals in the Senate raises the fines to $500 the first time. In my opinion, that's too small. Make it $5,000, something that really has an impact to it, that makes you think. But what I'm not in favor of is mandatory jail sentence. I think, I can't remember who noted it. We went, Senator Crowder, former Senator Crowder's in the room, and he knows very well. chaired and worked hard on the corrections budget for many years. He knows as well as I what the impact was a first-time drug offense was on our state penitentiary. And we got to weigh the cost versus what the real solution is going to be. And locking people up probably isn't the best long-term solution based on cost as well as how offensive is it. So.
Thank you, Senator Center.
Well, this is a topic that I do know a little bit about. This is in my committee, the Senate Industry, Business, and Labor Committee, and Transportation Committees. We heard these bills. We heard Senator Mathern's bill, and I have it here in front of me. I can tell you we hog-house that bill. It's completely changed from what was proposed. And there's a reason why we did that. This week, I, with some of my colleagues, had a tour of the prison. And I can tell you this, folks, our prison is it is full, and we've got a new expansion coming on, and that's going to be full by the end of the next biennium, or this coming biennium. We got a problem out there. We got too many people, and this isn't the answer for these people, because we have to recognize that this is a disease, and that's exacerbated by choices. And Senator Mathern and Representative Gricella had some great ideas in their bill. We are, with the Hog House amendment that's coming that we passed out of committee yesterday, we're going to have some increased fines, mandatory penalties, but we're going to allow these people, rather than the ignition interlock system, we're going to put in a budget for what we call, these are ankle bracelets. And the ankle bracelets monitor the blood alcohol content every 30 minutes. Every 30 minutes, and it sends a message back to the state 911 system. So if these folks, if they make the election to go on they will be able to use they will be able to do some things like go back and forth to work, but the minute that they start drinking, 30 minutes later, they get a message. And I'll tell you something, based on the record from other states, this has absolutely worked. It has stopped people from drinking. If they don't, they go straight to prison. They go straight into the incarceration. We also give them credit for residential treatment centers, and that we're gonna have a lot of people going into the residential treatment centers because of this bill, but it is going to get some people some help. We can't on Senator Mathern and Representative Gricella's bill, the fiscal note on that thing was $35 million, and people talked about that. And I asked one of the senators that sat on the committee that was questioning about the cost of that. I don't have any problem with that cost, but does it help the problem? Does it help the problem? The only problem it helps is it gets these people off the street. We have to provide an avenue that helps people get down the road to solving their problem as well as solving ours. And the bill that's coming out of the Senate is going to be a terrific bill. It's going to increase the penalties, it's going to get people off the street, and it's going to monitor their behavior 24/7. And I think it's the answer to the problem.
Thank you. I'm going to sneak in one last question before we move to closing 2-minute statements. Representative Hogan, we'll start with you. I'm just going to read this directly. It is my understanding that when an elderly person who has depleted their finances and starts receiving public assistance, they are required to enter nursing home care. If they are sound enough in health, could they be located into assisted living instead?
Thank you, Barb. Right now, the state has a funding program called the Basic Care Program, which is a level below nursing home care. And in Cass County, basic care facilities have expanded from none 10 years ago to I think we have almost 50 beds now. And so and it's not necessarily assisted living as most people with money think about assisted living. It's a little higher level than that. But I think how we provide services to elderly is one of those major challenges that we really need to begin to look at, just as we talked about DUI, because our aging population is going to need a lot of assistance, and it's going to be a burden in the long term. So the whole expansion of in-home care services, whether it be Meals on Wheels or in-home care, homemaker to help with housing, with meals, with whatever needs to get done, needs to be totally revamped, because currently our balance of distribution, funding for institutional care, we do excellent on. We provide very good funding for long-term care facilities, and our nursing home reimbursement's very good. And we have a thing called rate equalization, which is also very good, so that private pay people and Medicaid people pay the same amount. But on the community-based side, whether it be basic care, assisted living, or in-home care services, we fund at a much lower rate, and we don't have a comprehensive system. So we need a comprehensive system for our senior citizens. And I think it's a challenge that we've talked about for a few decades, for 10 years maybe, Tony. And I think we don't have a comprehensive plan, and I think it's a huge challenge for us.
Thank you, Representative Kelch.
Well, thank you. I wish there had been more questions about energy, because that's what I know about. I certainly, like I said, I certainly don't have the background expertise that Representative Hogan does, but anything that we can do to increase either at home stays or some degree of assisted living is better than full institutionalization, I think. And I think whatever efforts we can do to support that, I would also be in support of.
Thank you, Senator Grimburn.
I will say ditto this time.
Okay. Senator Center.
Well, you know, I've got aging parents, and I know that at some point they're going to need some help, and frankly, it's one of the reasons I live in this community, because my parents are here and they're elderly. But you know, I'd like to see us come up with some enabling legislation to allow some of these funds to help some of these people, particularly those who can't financially help themselves. So I'm greatly in favor of the concept of helping folks like you're speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Boehning.
Thank you. I also have elderly parents, and they live 60 miles south of here, so at some point, you know, I don't know what's going to happen. You know, parents get older, and, you know, there's not a lot of relation around some places to help take care of the older people. And the programs are an issue out there. In Fargo, we're fortunate we have Meals on Wheels, and we have other care out there where we can get people in to help. But you get into the rural areas, it's pretty hard to find, you know, to get the Meals on Wheels in some of these smaller towns. There's not a facility to cook them in and try to get the care out there to help with the cleaning and all these sort of things. But at some point, I think, like Representative Hogan said, there's a lot. We've got a lot of good programs out there, and I think the longer we can keep people in their homes, the better off they are. Because I had a great aunt, she went almost kicking and screaming out of her home at the age of 98 to go to an assisted living place, which she lived there for almost 3 years until she died recently. And, you know, it's a lot better. They feel more comfortable at home, and home environment is better. I know after staying in a hotel all week and getting home to your own apartment or own house and sitting in your own chair, it's kind of like, it's really nice to do that versus, you know, having somebody around all the time and noise. And, you know, it is a lot more relaxing to be in your own home. And I think we knew it's the urban areas, we don't really, it's a problem, but in the rural areas, that is the bigger issue out there, I think, because it's to try to find people to take care of them with the aging population. And we're all getting older up here, you know. I hit the big 50 mark this year, and I used to think 50 was really old, but now it's like, you know, and I'm looking at 80 is getting really old, but of course the parents are getting close to that, so of course they've always been a lot older. But yeah, I think we'll get something worked out, and, you know, and I rely on Representative Hogan here. She's good, it helps with all that good stuff, so.
Thank you very much. Before we move to 2-minute closing statements, I'd like to, yeah, so we're going to 1 minute. I just want to say very quickly, I think if you for anybody who didn't get their question asked, feel free to talk to the representatives and the senators afterwards. Representative Carolyn Nelson and Senator Tim Flackel are also in the audience, I am told, so there's another couple people you have a chance to talk to. I'll give some more thank yous to everybody as we finish, and so we'll start with Representative Kelch. Just go in order.
Thank you, Barb, and thank you to the league, and thank you for all of you participating today. I do enjoy doing these things, and it's really nice to hear feedback from the public, because that ultimately is who we represent. I mean, we've got lobbyists. I think there are 4 lobbyists for every legislator in the Capitol. But when you send us an email and it's personal and you wrote it and it's not coming from some website and it's being duplicative of everyone else's email on that topic, it matters a lot to us. So I first just want to say thank you for any correspondence that you have come up with on your own, because it really matters to us. Second of all, I want to talk about one issue that I didn't get to talk about, and this relates to an initiative that was supposed to be on the ballot last fall, but because of some irregularities didn't make it to the ballot, and that is the Outdoor Heritage Fund. We are losing so much in our state due to energy activity, due to increased commodity prices. We're losing a lot of our habitat. We're losing a lot of our parks and our ability to enjoy the outdoors. And I really want to push for increased funding. We have a bill that has $30 million in it. The initiated ballot or initiated measure was $100 million. And I think we really need to take a strong look at that, because North Dakota is one of the best places on earth to enjoy the outdoors on a statewide basis. And I think anything that we can do to further that, I'd ask you to write your senators and representatives and let them know about that. Again, thank you. I just want to acknowledge my boss back in the corner, Fargo Fire Chief Steve Dirksen back there. So.
Thank you. Senator Grimberg?
Let's hope there's not a fire this morning. I would just echo as well, thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's been a privilege to serve for 20 years, my 11th legislative session, and I guess I would just, from a personal standpoint, have a lot of pride of being part of the evolution of the state and being part of some key policy initiatives over my tenure. And this is an exciting time to be in the state, and I think everybody should be recognizing that North Dakota has arrived.
Thank you. Senator Center?
And I also want to thank the folks for being here, thank Barb for her work at the podium, and thank the League for sponsoring this event. This is a dynamic time in our history. We have unprecedented revenues and prosperity. And I think it's really a time to do some of the things like Representative Kelch talked about, but also our regular legacy fund. I don't want to see that diminish. But I also think it's a time when we can really expand and work and enhance our education systems in North Dakota, particularly higher ed. We have a chance here to do something special and to set up our future. In regard to our future, these kids that are in college now are going to be cleaning up our state when the oil goes away. So let's get the best, get the brightest, and make it the best that we can in the future. And thank you again to Barb and to the League for sponsoring this event.
Thank you. Representative Baining?
Thank you, Barb, and to the League for sponsoring this. And this is the first one I've actually been able to attend in the last several sessions because of storm and flooding. So this is unusual to be up here. So it's great to be out here, and we do appreciate the questions and the emails, like Representative Kelch says. The personal emails are a lot better to get, because I know there's a lot of times we'll get emails that are the same thing and just the names are changed on with stuff. And when you get, it's fine to send them, but a personal one is a lot nicer to have, and I think all my colleagues would say that as well, because it's really easy to send on a spammed email and just change names and so forth on it. But there is, and if there is comments or questions, we're accessible. You can go onto the website. Was it ND Legis, I think it is, or nd.gov, and you can follow us in the floor session. You can watch us speak and so forth on the floor of the House. The one thing we always have to remember, though, is when we go into session, when we look at some of these bills like 1302, the DOI bill, what comes into committee is not a lot of times the same thing that goes out. I mean, it gets talked over in committees, things that work and don't work. We've got 14 or 15 different opinions on the committees, and we take all the input, and hopefully we come up with the best solution, and we pass it over to the Senate. They do vice versa, and we try to make everything work out as best we can. If it doesn't work, we try not to pass it. And thank you again.
Thank you. Representative Hogan?
Thanks to the League of Women Voters and Barb, and mostly for all of you coming, because it really is nice to talk to real people, because we talk to lobbyists a lot. They're real people, but they always have special interests, and so it's really nice to visit with people who don't have interests. I have two areas that I'm really tracking that I would like you to know about. There are some senior bills. One's Adult Protective Service, and there's some funding for guardianships, because North Dakota doesn't have comprehensive services for vulnerable adults, and I'm really passionate about that. We also have a whole series of bills on early childhood care, because it's a desperate crisis in North Dakota, pre-K and Head Start. And having a comprehensive early childhood infrastructure really will help the future of this state. And so I'm really hopeful that we will get some some major investment in our early childhood services because we have resources available. Finally, I'd really like to say, like Senator Grinberg said, we have a totally accessible, easy to interact with system. If you care about a bill, come and testify. We hear from John Q. Citizen all the time, and we love to have people come and sit with us. I have kids almost every single day, and I say to the pages, if there's somebody who wants to sit on the floor, come and watch us work, because it's truly an amazing process, and you really can be part of it. And just take the time and come to Bismarck while we're there. We'd all love to have you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you to the City of Fargo for the use of the commission chamber, for Jeremy specifically for his help with the cameras and the microphones, to all the league volunteers for helping to do this, Bev Lake, who organized it, Les Bakke, who'll put the video up on our website later on, and through Facebook you'll be able to watch it. All of you people in the audience who came out and showed your strength of citizenship by asking questions and listening, and hopefully asking some more questions anywhere. In particular, thank you to our public servants who not only have given them their time for this today and their very busy schedules as they go back and forth from Bismarck, but also to demonstrating that even in this time of highly polarized parties, that people can get together from different parties and talk and exchange ideas in a respectful manner and give their citizens a closer look at their own government. Thank you. See you back here in 2 weeks with six more folks, 4 representatives and 2 senators, and we'll be doing it all over again.